I've just been eating them. Yeah, I printed my own. If we're torn as to who. Well,
And the guy was good too.
Not my rules, it's how
and
it
if
works.
somebody just needs to make a nomination.
Ooh, sorry. Sorry, Sally Beth said harder. There you go. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. The July 24th, 2026 meeting of the South Carolina Board of Nursing is called to order. The mission of the South Carolina Board of Nursing is the protection of public health, safety, and welfare by assuring the safe and competent practice of nursing. Public notice was properly posted in the King Street building lobby and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. It is noted that a quorum is present. May I have an approval to excuse Board Member Leslie Lyerly?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? May I have a motion on approving or edits to the May 2026 minutes?
So moved.
Yes. Sure, absolutely. We wanted to know, we saw at the top of the minutes, it lists May 28th and 29th, goes into LLR staff, and then before the excused absence, we wanted to know if we could add the date for the 28th. We see later on we have Friday's date at the top, if we could just do the same for Thursday. And then, don't know if this is important or not, but my name is misspelled in the board chair report. If we could just do one T. And then further down the page, under the compliance applications appearances, we were in closed session for the first two, so I need to have that changed to applicant 1 and then applicant 2. And then we moved into open session for the last one. That was all the edits that I had. Melissa, any comments? Yes, I would like to. Oh, your mic
Melissa, your
closer.
mic is
Your
not
mic's
working, I
not
don't
working
think.
or something. I'll let her borrow yours.
Hard to be loud in this room.
It's Friday. Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good, I can hear myself now. I do want to talk about the minutes a little bit. They have changed. I've been on the board for 2 years, so they have changed significantly. And what I do want to say is that usually with minutes, it's a summary. And it was the last couple ones have kind of been vague. And so if somebody wasn't here, if I was absent and I wanted to update, or if I have to read the minutes, it doesn't really tell me like what policies we discussed or what happened. So I don't know if we can, what happened the last couple months, but if we can look at maybe beefing it up with some more information that has more of that summary in the policy. Because it's very short and vague. So I'm not sure who types those up or whatever, but there has been a change in the last couple months. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So can I get a motion to approve the May 2026 meeting minutes with the edits suggested and comments?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Next, we will move, I need a motion to go into closed session, please.
Motion to go in a closed session, please.
Purposes of discussing disciplinary matters.
Thank you.
A second.
All in favor? Carried.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I have 7 appearances for you this morning. The first will be a request for full board approval. Pursuant to South Carolina Regulation 91.5, Ms. Taylor DeBose, Department Head, Central Carolina College, is seeking full board approval status for their licensed practical nursing program. Recently, the first graduating cohort completed their National Council licensure exams. The program submitted a self-study in accordance with South Carolina Regulation 91.12. Ms. Britton and I surveyed the program in February of this year. The self-survey, survey report, and survey responses are part of your reading materials. Please see the recommendations on page 2 of the report. You will note that all 5 findings have been corrected. At the April ACO meeting, the committee recommended full board approval. Ms. DeBose is here today to represent the program. The program is currently under initial approval. The program is not nationally accredited, and there are no NCLEX scores for 2026 due to when they graduate. You will see they were 100%, 10 out of 10 for 2025. Ms. DeBose, after you are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
Sir, would you like to be sworn as well, in case you intend to speak?
I can be.
Okay. If you would each raise your right hands for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you just state your name for the record.
Dr. Samuel Gettings, Dean, Nursing Health Science, Central Carolina Technical College.
And I'm going to tell you both, the box moves closer to you. Bring the microphone uncomfortably close to your mouth, and it will light up red when we can hear you. And then, what would you like to share with us today?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Taylor DeBose, and I'm the Department Chair of Nursing at Central Carolina Technical College. Today, we are requesting full approval of our practical nursing program. Like Mr. Kubas said, the program began in 2024. We are just a few weeks away from graduating our second cohort of students. We are hoping to repeat the same NCLEX success that we saw last year. We were able to provide revisions for the findings during our site visit, and at this time have no remaining recommendations that we needed to fix. So we are open to any questions at this time.
Anything you would like to add, Mr. Gettings? No? Okay, that's okay. Questions by board members?
Might have missed it. How many do you have going into this next graduating class?
So right now, we have 18 that are expected to graduate.
What's your max going to be, cap?
We are expecting 36 students in our fall class.
Any other questions?
How many students did you start out on the ones that are graduating this time?
I believe it was a total of 25 students.
Have test scores that you think they're going to make that 100%?
I really hope so. They're performing well so far, and we hope that that continues after they graduate.
No further questions. Is there a motion?
Seeing that all corrections and finding recommendations were addressed, I'd like to make a motion to grant Central Carolina Technical College LPN program full approval.
All in favor? Motion. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on your NCLEX scores last year.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive.
Ms. DeBose, I will send a email with the decision from the board, and it's as of now. Congratulations. The next appearance is the College of Charleston and Medical University of South Carolina Joint BSN Program. They do have a presentation which is up, and it's also part of your read-ahead materials.
Can't see that far anyway.
Dr. Durham, give me 1 minute. The College of Charleston and Medical University of South Carolina College of Nursing is requesting approval to offer a joint Bachelor of Science in Nursing pre-licensure program. Based on South Carolina Regulation 91.5, the board must approve a feasibility study before the program is approved for development. Following a systematic review of the submitted documents, the Advisory Committee on Nursing Education survey team found that the College of Charleston and Medical University of South Carolina's feasibility meets the requirements of South Carolina Regulation 91.5.2 and recommends the program is approved for development. The feasibility study is attached. Dr. Kristen Posen is the interim dean for associate academics is here with her team. Dr. Kelly Griggs of the MUSC strategy, and Dr. Durham, the dean of nursing.
One edit to that, it's Wes Dudgeon, the dean from the College of Charleston. Dr. Griggs.
Ma'am, after you three are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
You would each raise your right hands for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Would you state your names for me?
My name is Catherine Durham. I'm the dean of the Medical University of South Carolina College of Nursing.
My name is Kristen Poston. I'm the Associate Dean for Academics at the MUSC College of Nursing.
I'm Wes Dudgeon, Dean of Health Sciences, College of Charleston.
Thank you all for having us here today to
Hold on
present.
1 second.
Sorry.
So sorry.
That's okay.
Just so that we have it on record, Dr. Bridget Holder will abstain from voting due to conflict with employment as I work at MUSC.
You're okay with
That
her
on the
to-
record.
She's just going to stay here as chair, but she's just not going to vote.
That's fine. It's totally fine. Good to see MUSC here. So thank you all for having us here today. We have had actually a long-standing relationship, MUSC as an entity, with the College of Charleston for more than 50 years. And so I'll talk a little bit about that as we sort of end as to why we are looking at a joint degree program, but it's been very intentional. Both schools are very old and have had that relationship because we're a mile apart for many, many, many years. So we are pleased to be here today to really share what our plan is and provide an overview for you. But I would be remiss if I actually did the legwork on this presentation, because if the truth be told, the heavy lift has actually been with Dr. Poston and Dr. Dudgeon from the College of Charleston side. So I'm going to introduce them to go ahead and walk us through how this program is intended to be set up and run.
Thank you, Dean Durham. So I'm going to cover a bit about our program structure and background. Because this is a joint BSN between two institutions, we want to make sure that we address those things up front. So we are proposing a joint BSN program with a goal of continuing to meet the registered nurse shortage here in South Carolina. The program will be structured as such so that students remain enrolled at the College of Charleston on that campus for all 4 years for a traditional in-person residential college experience. College of Charleston will serve as the lead institutional entity for administrative functions surrounding things like tuition and fees, enrollment management, provision of central student support services, transcripts, record keeping, as well as the lead on overall regional institutional accreditation through SAC-COC. Medical University College of Nursing will serve as the lead administrative entity for the nursing-specific curricula delivery, delivery of the nursing-specific library resources, professional and regulatory accreditation, et cetera. This program will be governed by a robust memorandum of understanding, which has been reviewed and approved by both institutions' legal counsels, as well as several sub-agreements that detail building lease finances, executive committee oversight, so that this program can truly be jointly governed. The program will involve a typical lower-upper division structure in which we'll have 72 credit hours in the lower division under CFC's general education model to meet the general education requirements, along with 60 upper division credit hours, which will include that nursing curricula delivery across didactic, clinical, simulation, which will be led and provided by MUSC nursing faculty with a MUSC chief nursing administrator. This program, it's worth noting that we run a current accelerated BSN program and have for many decades, and this program's upper division curricula mimics that program's curricula almost exactly. Joint oversight of the program will be provided via the robust MOU along with a detailed executive committee sub-agreement, again, that has been reviewed and supported by legal. Some high notes there are that the executive committee will oversee and lead items surrounding program outcomes, assessment, evaluation, all of the administrative supports and functions, curricula, faculty, student outcomes, management of our fiscal and physical resources, as well as some of the underlying committee structures. We have a long record of success utilizing an undergraduate curriculum committee, an undergraduate admission progression and graduate committee, along with assessment committee mechanisms, and we intend to continue to utilize that same structure underneath this joint executive committee oversight. From both institutions will, as I said, guide the programmatic, logistical, and curricular decision-making, with the point person being the dean on either side of the particular partnership, so the Dean of Health Sciences and the Dean of College of Nursing. Each institution will effectively defer to the respective party in good faith for program governance decisions related to the decision-making of where that particular decision might lie. So, in short, College of Charleston will maintain primary decision-making over years 1 and 2. MUSC College of Nursing will maintain primary decision-making over years 3 and 4. That said, for any matters that involve substantive changes, plan of study, faculty governance voting that needs to escalate above the individual committee level, we will indeed route that up through the College of Charleston Faculty Senate as needed and have that detailed again in a memorandum of understanding. Regular ongoing communication throughout the development process over the past 18 months has been maintained by our current accreditor, which is CCNE, and they have provided guidance on the executive committee structure that you all see detailed above. We are anticipating accreditation as a new joint consortia program via CCNE with an anticipated site visit occurring in 2029, and I'll go through the timeline here in just a second. You can see a visual of the joint operating structure there, but ultimately you have some subcommittees there. You have each individual dean and then a central executive committee, which you can see the members listed there, but the deans from each institution, an academic administrator, much like an associate dean for academics across each institution, along with like a program director across each institution. In the event that there were to be something that couldn't be agreed upon at the dean to dean level, there is language in the memorandum of understanding that this would escalate to the provost level for final decision-making surrounding the program. Timeline that you all can see here. An initial submission has been drafted onto the CHE, and we anticipate approval via the South Carolina CHE in mid-November. We also, as I said, have detailed memorandums of understanding from legal. College of Charleston Board of Trustees has fully approved this program, and we anticipate Board of Trustees approval from MUSC in mid-August. The first cohort will enroll in the lower division. So if you think about that freshman cohort, August of 2027, with students hitting the upper division beginning May of 2029. And you can see our projected enrollment numbers here. The main thing to focus on is over here on the right, that we anticipate an initial upper division cohort in 2029 of approximately 100 students, scaling up to 200 students per year, split over 2 entry cohorts per year from there out. Again, we anticipate success in this model, given that the curricula is very similar to what we're currently running, and we run these numbers regularly on a daily basis in our current ABSN program. High-level overview about our resources. College of Charleston will be hiring 6 faculty FTE to support the general education requirements, along with a staff administrator, and College of Nursing will be hiring 13 FTE scaffolded over the rollout of the upper division, along with 6 FTE, mainly around our student support services mechanisms. We have begun seeking support through mechanisms to be sure that we can bring that number of FTE on, to include mechanisms for grant support. We have a robust adjunct faculty pool, et cetera, and we anticipate no issues bringing on that number of faculty FTE over that period of time. In our feasibility study, we also have letters of support for clinical placements across the MUSC clinical network, including MUSC Charleston, MUSC PD, Tidelands, Midlands, et cetera, across, you see the critical specialty areas there. And we feel excited about the opportunity to expand our footprint into the regional health networks to support the development of more practice-ready nurses out into the rural health and underserved spaces that MUSC's health system now serves. I'm going to kick it over to Dean Durham. She's going to show you a bit about the anticipated renovation and facility details, along with why we're so excited about this amazing opportunity.
Can I ask a question? I was going to ask, can we go back one slide? I was going to ask this question, and since it's on the slide, and I hate to interrupt your presentation, but I'm sorry, the FTEs, is that nursing faculty or, science or math, or I wasn't sure the FTEs you were talking about. Is that all nursing?
Dean Dudgeon can speak to the lower division FTEs, and then I'll speak to the upper division, if that's okay.
Sure.
So the lower division FTEs will be for anatomy and physiology, which will be a big enrollment point, Psych 224, which is lifespan development, and then nutrition, human nutrition.
Okay, thank you.
The 13 FTE that you see there on the MUSC side will all be nursing faculty FTE, and all will be, in our typical undergraduate model that we have across med-surg, peds, women's health, behavioral health, et cetera. And we have a scaffolded plan to hire those in those critical key areas over time.
Excellent, thank you.
So this is a rendering of one of the 2 floors. We didn't put both of them on there because the second floor is less interesting to show you. So it's really not that interesting. College of Charleston had a centralized building that we have negotiated 2 floors of those to be absolutely completely gutted and remodeled. What you're seeing here is modeled after what we have done in our renovations within the College of Nursing for competency-based education, to have a co-located skills lab with every single classroom that we have. That's a model that we've implemented in the last 2 years, and it's been really successful, that the faculty can actually bring in from the skills lab into the didactic session and really have hands-on learning while they're in that didactic phase. Each of these classrooms, and there's 4 of them, will seat up to 120 students. I think all of them will have a wall that we can make them even smaller classrooms if we needed. So the skills lab are the purple boxes attached to the large classrooms. Top right-hand corner, we will be building out an ICU SEM lab, and then we also have a sort of labor and delivery room that is up in that right-hand section as well. We have a good amount on this floor, as well as the other floor that's being renovated, of student-centric space that will be really set up for them to be able to study, to meet together. The other floor is largely office spaces for the faculty, who will have some shared offices for those that are teaching on this particular campus. High fidelity skills has not gone away. There will not be high fidelity in this building. High fidelity will come back to the MUSC campus. And we will host that in the current high-fidelity skills lab that we are using at MUSC now. So when we kind of wrap up and tidy things up, we're really looking to make sure that we get more nurses out. As you all know, I'm preaching to the choir, there's going to be a shortage of 10,000 nurses in South Carolina, and we have more and more people coming to the state who are not bringing nurses with them who are going to need our health care, and so we see this as an opportunity. I also want to point out that it's been more than 50 years, so it used to be the modeling in the late 60s and 70s that College of Charleston provided the MUSC nursing students their humanities and electives. And they might be living in the current building, which we actually remodeled, which used to be dorms, and would be bused to the College of Charleston, but the degree would only have the Medical University of South Carolina. We see this as an amazing opportunity for both institutions to join together. They do an incredible job with the humanities and electives. We do an incredible job educating our bachelor's prepared nursing workforce and making this an official designation where both institutions will be on the diploma. We see as an incredible opportunity and meaningful. We've also had a long-standing 8 seats that we've held for College of Charleston biology students for years, and we fill those every year. So the movement towards this, formalizing it in a way that makes sense and connects us, we see as a great opportunity to sort of formalize what we've already been doing. This helps support the healthcare workforce needs, and we believe it really leverages our strengths. So thank you very much for having us here today.
Any questions by board members?
Yeah, I like this idea and the cooperation. On the prereqs, I do have a question, and I see the bio 111, 112. I assume that's general biology?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the 221 and 222 is the anatomy physiology. And 225, would that then be microbiology?
Yeah, human micro. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
If no other questions, is there a motion? Okay, go ahead. So sorry.
I was just waiting and to see if Dr. Wolf was done. Student safety as they go from one campus to the other. I heard you say something about bused. Will they be bused back and forth?
Well, just to be clear, their instruction for the 4 years, with the exception of going to clinical rotations or coming to the high-fidelity sim lab, that busing piece is what happened in the 70s.
Right.
They will be housed on College of Charleston's campus. They will be instructed on the College of Charleston's campus. For them to go to clinical will be the same as any other nursing student throughout the state gets to clinical.
driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the addition, so you're going to accept 200 new students per year in two 100-student cohorts. Okay.
That's correct, yes. So the first year, we're going to start with one entry point with 100 students, and then the second year, we will mimic what we're currently doing in our ABSN, which will stay open and run, which is 2 entry points of 100 students each, for a total of 200 graduates per year hitting the workforce.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion?
I make a motion with the College of Charleston and Medical University of South Carolina's College of Nursing to approve the feasibility study.
Second?
All in favor? One abstained.
All right. Thank you very
All right,
much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck.
Dr. Posen, I will send you an email with the decision and the way ahead, which now is the self-survey that we discussed. Perfect. Good to see you. The next up is Southeastern College Columbia Campus LPN program seeking initial approval.
And I believe that we have a recusal. Dr. Bob Wolf. You're ready now.
Dr. Lauren Jones, DNP Regional Director of Nursing, Southeastern College, is seeking the board's initial approval for their licensed practical nurse program in Columbia. The board accepted the ACON's recommendation to approve the feasibility study. The program submitted a self-study in accordance with South Carolina Regulation 9112. Ms. Britton and I surveyed the program in May of this year. The self-survey, survey report, and survey responses are part of your reading materials. Please see the recommendations on page 2 of the survey report. All the findings have been corrected since the survey. At its last meeting, the ACON recommended initial approval. Dr. Jones is here today to represent the program. Ma'am, once you are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
Be sworn?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
raise your right hands for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
If you would each just state your names on the record, please.
Dr. Lauren Jones.
So Jackson?
Ms. Jones, what would you like to share?
So first of all, we'd like to thank the board and the site survey team for attending our college at the Columbia campus. We extend our sincere appreciation to the team that surveyed us for our practical nursing program. The feedback that we received was very beneficial, which we, as Mr. Kubas mentioned, we corrected all of the recommendations and have received the recommendations from the ACON to move forward with the initial. We believe that there is a need in the area for the practical nursing program, as well as it's a pathway into our associate degree program. Mr. Kubas, I believe, has shared all of the documentation and the findings and the corrections, and I just wanted to open it up to the board to see if there were any additional questions that you may have.
Questions by board members? Is there a motion?
Since all findings and recommendations were corrected, I move to grant initial approval to Southeastern College LPN program.
All in favor? Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You an email with the board's decision and the way ahead, which is the self-survey. Madam Chair, it is on the schedule. It says a break, but Southeastern has the next. If you would like to continue, or would you like to break?
Are you good? So sorry, I had to check with my counterpart.
I see. I apologize.
Yes, we're good. Go ahead.
All right. Next up is a request for full board approval, Southeastern College Associate in Applied Science Nursing Program here in Columbia. Pursuant to South Carolina Regulation 9115, Dr. Jones, DNP Regional Director of Nursing, Southeastern College, is seeking the board's full approval status for their Associates in Applied Science nursing program here in Columbia. During the May 2022 board meeting, the board granted the initial approval of the program. Recently, the first graduating cohort completed their National Council licensure exams. In January, the board was cited with a deficient NCLEX score and was asked to appear following this site survey. The program submitted a self-study in accordance with South Carolina Regulation 9111. Ms. Britton and I surveyed the program in May of this year. The self-survey, survey report, and survey responses are part of your reading material. Please see the recommendations on page 2 of the survey report. Note that all findings have been corrected. At its last meeting, the ACON recommended conditional approval due to the 2025 NCLEX scores. Dr. Jones is here today to represent the program. Again, the current approval status is initial. The program is not nationally accredited. In 2025, the program was at 50% NCLEX pass rate, which was 4 of 8. And as of July 20th of this year, they are 5 for 5, 100%. Dr. Jones, after you are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
Right hands for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And if ma'am, new addition, state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Ready? Okay.
What would you like to share today?
So on behalf of Southeastern College, Columbia campus, again, we extend our sincere appreciation to the South Carolina Board of Nursing survey team for the professionalism, thoroughness, and constructive guidance provided during the May 2026 site visit. The feedback and recommendations offered by the survey team were invaluable and have contributed to strengthening an already robust nursing program. Southeastern College carefully reviewed each recommendation contained within the survey report and promptly implemented corrective actions where indicated. Recommendations regarding preceptor qualification, verification, program evaluation processes, administrative oversight, and a future program growth have been fully addressed through revised procedures, enhanced documentation, and ongoing monitoring mechanisms designed to ensure continued compliance with the South Carolina Board of Nursing regulations. Most notably, the program has demonstrated exceptional improvement in student outcomes. Following the implementation of targeted curriculum enhancements, excuse me, a comprehensive NCLEX readiness program, individualized mentoring, and expanded NCLEX preparedness resources, the program achieved 100% first-time pass rates for both quarters 1 and quarters 2 of 2026, and all students from 2025 have sat and passed this year. These results provided objective evidence that the program's quality improvement initiatives have been successful and are effectively preparing graduates for entry-level professional nursing practice. The college respectfully submits that the evidence supports the granting of full approval rather than conditional approval. The survey findings identified opportunities for enhancement rather than deficiencies impacting program quality, student safety, or regulatory compliance. The college responded proactively to each recommendation, implemented sustainable corrective measures, and has demonstrated measurable positive outcomes as a result of those actions. Southeastern College remains committed to continuous quality improvement, regulatory compliance, and the preparation of safe, competent, and practice-ready registered nurses to serve the healthcare needs of South Carolina. We respectfully request the board's consideration of full approval based upon the corrective actions completed, the documented evidence submitted, and the outstanding student success outcomes achieved since the survey visit. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you have at this time.
Any questions by board members?
I have a question. Going through your materials, I'm just a little confused about the GPA that the students need. I found 3 separate GPAs and looking in the information. On our materials on page 52, it says that they need a minimum cumulative GPA 2.0 to graduate, and they need a 3.0 in order to get into the nursing program. And then on the bottom of page 53, it said they need a minimum cumulative GPA of 2.5 to stay in the program. So I got confused between a 2.5 to stay in the program, and I guess in my head I was thinking that when they add in all the other courses, then they can have a 2.0 to graduate, their gen ed courses?
Yes, so to be admitted, they have to have a 3.0 in the gen ed courses, specifically the sciences, and then to graduate, it's the 2.0.
Okay. it seems low to me, a 2.0 to graduate. Just putting it out there as information. For progression of the students, how many classes are they allowed to repeat?
They are only allowed to repeat 2 classes and only one time.
And that's through
The core nursing program.
Okay, all right. One other item that I found in looking at your curriculum was that there are several nursing courses that about 50% of the course, the grades are testing, and then the other 50% are additional assignments. And I guess just, again, as information, I have concerns about the testing score being so low in those courses. I don't know if that's something that you would like to look at, but nursing course 1123C, 54% is testing. Pharmacology, 60% is testing. Basic adult healthcare nursing 1311C is 57%, and then maternal newborn testing is 45% of the grades. I think grades can be inflated when assignments are more than 50% of what the testing grades are. So maybe just something to look at.
Definitely, we will take a look at that. We do also do benchmark assessments throughout the program, so we're making sure that the students are achieving the rigor of the program as well. So we will definitely take that back and take a look at it.
Thank you.
Piggyback on that, I think there is lots of concern with having to have a higher GPA to get into the program and then standards dropping significantly. So it's just a little concerning.
I had a question on that, we all seem to be centering around this. Is that a Southeastern College requirement? Is that like nursing doesn't have a separate set of values, or you can set your own GPA?
So yes, it is a Southeastern College standard. It's certainly something we can take back as a recommendation. Currently, the 3.0 GPA is a standard to enter the nursing program. And we set that standard because we do understand the rigor of the nursing program is more difficult or more challenging than some of the other programs that we offer, but can certainly consider raising the GPA once they enter into the core.
It just seems kind of counterintuitive that, you can get in and you need this, stay in the program, but a lower level to graduate. It doesn't make sense.
Understood.
I also noticed that your C grade is 75%.
Yes, and I wanted to elaborate a little bit more because I want to just make sure it's clear. So students that come into Southeastern College may have taken other courses that, or changed their degree. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And so when we say about the 2.0, our standard within the core of nursing, and that may be where there's a little fuzziness, is a 75. So students must secure a 75 or higher to progress in the program, and that's the core. So when we talk about the nursing core, that standard must be upheld, or they cannot move forward in the program. And if they have failed below a 75, so a 74.99 in any of the courses, they would have to repeat, and they could only repeat a course one time and no more than 2 in the program. So it's not a continuous, I fail and then I retake. So I wanted just to make that clear because I understand there's a little, there's a little bit of confusion because we are, there's specific core courses within the nursing program. But students, so we look at that, and they must have that 3.0, and that's in the sciences, the math, and the lifespan development. So, but as an overall, if you have students that have taken outside of those courses, that's where the institution GPA comes in. So we definitely have a higher standard with the core nursing courses. So, but understanding that is causing a little bit of confusion. We will definitely ensure that that's very clear, but it is very clear in our student handbooks and the requirements for the program. So I just wanted to add a little bit more, and hopefully that clears up why there's a discrepancy. So it doesn't drop to a 2.0. They can't move forward in the core courses. A little bit different than if they have other outstanding courses that may have impacted that GPA as an overall institution. So I hope that provides a little bit more clarity that we don't drop down below a 75 in the core as far as the progression requirement.
At home, when I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking, okay, so you finish nursing school and you have a 2.5, and then how do I get to a 2.0 as a student as a minimum? And probably most of them have 2.5 or higher when they graduate anyway. But you'd have to get Ds in other courses to go backwards in your GPA to a 2.0. So
Yes. Did you want to say something?
I was, confused.
Well, they wouldn't be able, in order to progress in the nursing program, they would not be able to progress with a D in their grades. So even at the lower level, a student couldn't progress with a D, nor would they be able to progress with a D in their core classes.
So there's really no way they could get to a 2.0 because you have to have a 2.5 to graduate from the nursing program to get through the nursing program. So essentially, there's no way that they can have a 2.0 in order to graduate from the college.
Correct.
That was the reassurance I think I needed. Yeah, okay. So I understand that. And the 75% has worked well for you all in the past. I guess I'd like to see that at a 78%, possibly. 75 just seems to be a little low. Usually 78% for that C.
Absolutely. We definitely appreciate the recommendations and definitely have received, great feedback from the board as well as the site survey, and we will take this back as well. And, so far it has, we've had tremendous improvement this year. So when we sat in front of y'all a few months ago, this is exactly what we were looking for. We've not only, we don't just look at that particular grade, we have really put in an intensive readiness program throughout the program with mentoring, extra tutoring. We've invested over $100,000 in high fidelity and simulation equipment since we saw y'all earlier this year. And that has really improved our outcomes as well. So, but definitely we will take that under consideration. But we feel like, even in speaking with the survey site team, that the unfortunate pass rate that we had last year, the students that weren't successful in the first attempt have been successful since, and all of the nurses, so we don't have any students that have not passed since their second attempt from the first cohort. The second cohort has been very successful, and we just believe it's a holistic approach that we've taken, and all the investments in our faculty as far as faculty development. We've also had stable faculty, and sometimes that's very hard in nursing programs. So our program director has been with us for over 3 years, and our faculty close now to 2 years, if not longer. So we find that that's been very beneficial with meeting the needs of our demographic students. And so we are always looking for improvements and enhancement of the program. And so far this year, with all of those things combined, we've had that 100% for 2 cohorts. We have an additional 5 students coming out, so we anticipate close to that as well. So we've had a tremendous year. So we appreciate that feedback, and we'll take it back to our executive leadership.
I want to congratulate you on the 5 of 5 for your 100%. I think I was looking through the materials and hoping with my expertise I have in education to think of some ways to just look at it and give you suggestions and ideas to boost that 50% that you had before. But yeah, the changes that you seem to make are showing up in the NCLEX scores now. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, and thank you for the feedback, because we will take it. It's been very important to have the feedback from our site team and the Board of Nursing. I think that level of collaboration to make sure that we are upholding the standards and we're putting out safe practicing nurses has been extremely a game changer for us, and we have welcomed all of that. So we definitely will take this back, and I think one of the best things with Southeastern College is we have an executive leadership that listens to the feedback and takes immediate, swift action, so it doesn't take a lot of delay in the layers that some maybe other institutions that I've worked for it could take. So we're always reviewing and doing quality improvements and enhancing our student handbooks if needed every term. So, and that feedback comes from both faculty, students, and our communities at interest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by board members? If not, is there a motion?
I move we go into executive session for purposes of legal counsel.
All in favor? We're just going to have you step out while we discuss.
Thank you.
Motion to return to open session.
Second.
All in favor? Is there a motion?
Yes, I would like to move to put Southeastern College Columbia ADN program on conditional status, and due to the 50% NCLEX scores from 2025, and ask that they reappear before the board in July of 2027.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will take a 15-minute comfort break. We will return at 10:45.
Madam Chair, the next board appearance will be via WebEx. This is Robeson Community College out of North Carolina. They are seeking to do clinicals here in South Carolina for both their ADN and their PN program. Dr. Hedgepeth, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, great, ma'am. Once I do the introduction, you'll be sworn in, and then you will have the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hedgepeth, DNP, Director of Nursing Programs, is requesting the approval for Robeson Community College to conduct pre-licensure clinical experiences in South Carolina hospitals. During the April 2026 appearance at the ACON, they requested additional documentation, including a curriculum layout, along with documentation of courses and student learning outcomes, how the clinical faculty members, adjunct faculty, and preceptors will supervise the students, and CVs showing that the individuals meet South Carolina regulations along with clinical hour requirements. Third, they asked for information on clinical experience offered at each facility. That information was provided, and at the June ACON meeting, the committee voted to recommend approval to the board. Documents provided are in your read-ahead materials. The ADN program is currently accredited by NLC, CNEA, and the PN program has pre-accreditation candidacy. According to the North Carolina Board of Nursing website, the NCLEX for second quarter Robeson is 18 of 18, or 100%. In 2025, they were 12 for 12, or 100% NCLEX pass rate. And in 2024, they were 4 for 4, or 100% pass rate. Dr. Hedgepeth, as soon as you are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
Okay.
Good morning. If I could have you raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
We are coming before the board to seek approval for an additional clinical site in South Carolina. With us being right across the border in North Carolina, we are getting more and more students from South Carolina and would like to provide them an opportunity to do clinical close to where they reside. Also, our numbers have increased. As Peter said, he told you our pass rates. We currently, our ADM current total pass rate right now is 97%. Our PN NCLEX pass rate is 100%. We are requesting approval to utilize the site at McLeod Health there in Dillon, South Carolina, because it's 30 minutes from our organization or our facility. Our faculty do have carry multi-state licensures and would be able to work in South Carolina as well as monitor our students there. Our students have, we do carry liability insurance on our students. Also, we do have a clinical contract with McLeod Health Dillon. We just have not been able to go in that direction as of yet, but we do have a clinical contract with this organization. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. I was wondering the total number of students that you think will be coming to clinical in South Carolina.
According to North Carolina, our Board of Nursing, we can only take 10 students to clinical, but we would work with the organization and the facility to, say, for example, if we're looking at that med-surg unit, which is what we're looking at, if they don't want us to take but 6 or 7, then that's what we would do.
Okay.
But we would not take more than what would be allowed.
All right. Our ratio for the acute inpatient is, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is usually 1 to 8. It does say that we can go up to 1 to 10 if the facility agrees and determines that patient safety and nursing faculty and student safety
Right.
is
And our
secured.
Board of Nursing says that as well, but we try not to go up to a 10 ratio because we have found that it works better with 6 to 7 students in a clinical site.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. So so just one group of ADISH, or
It
are you
would be
thinking?
one group at a time. We are looking for approval for our ADN group and our PN group, but we would only take one group at a time.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hedges, but just one question from me. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm in the center. Hi.
Okay, I see you raising your hand.
That's okay. Thought I'd make it easier for you. I know you said that your faculty would be multi-state licensed. I'm assuming that you would have a faculty member on site with the clinical
We
students.
will.
Yes, great.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Just wanted to double check. I thought so, but always like to double check.
Yes, ma'am. We don't leave our students.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I've got one. So is it just McLeod that you're looking to do the clinical in?
It is at the moment, we are just looking at McLeod Health in Dillon because it is like 30 minutes within our driving range, and it's located in Dillon, South Carolina, and we are getting a lot of students coming to Robinson Community College from Dillon and Lakeview and those areas. So we would like to provide them that clinical space close to home.
Okay, because I was just getting some clarification because on the request, it was requesting approval to conduct pre-licensure clinical experiences in South Carolina hospitals. And I just wanted to make sure it was McLeod that we were.
Yeah, that's the only facility that we have an agreement with.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session to seek legal counsel.
All in favor? They're going to put you in a little holding room for a second while we discuss, and then we'll be back, okay?
Okay.
Don't leave us. Until we get our person back. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great. Perfect. Welcome back. Is there a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to approve Robinson Community College, North Carolina, clinical site in South Carolina.
Second.
Favor? Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Dr.
You
Hedgepeth?
too.
Dr. Hedgepeth, I will email you the board's decision, and it is active as of today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next appearance will be Spartanburg Community College LPN program.
Yes, thank you.
Pursuant to South Carolina Regulation 91.5G, Ms. Tiffany Henson, Dean of Nursing, Spartanburg Community College, is requesting the board's full approval status for their licensed practical nurse program. During the September 2022 board meeting, the board granted Spartanburg Community College LPN initial approval. Recently, the first graduating cohort completed their National Council licensure exams. The program submitted a self-study in accordance with South Carolina Regulation 9112. Ms. Britton and I surveyed the program in September of 2025. The survey report, and the survey responses are part of your reading materials. In January, the program was cited for deficient NCLEX scores. At the April ACON meeting, the committee recommended conditional approval due to the 2025 NCLEX scores. Please see the survey with recommendations on page 2 of the survey report. Note that all the findings have been corrected. Ms. Henson is here today to represent the program. Again, the program currently is at initial approval. On your read-ahead materials, you will see in 2024, the program had a 97.22 pass rate. In 2025, they had a 81.48 pass rate. And currently, as of the 20th, they have a 81.25 pass rate. Ms. Henson, after you are sworn in, the floor will be yours.
You would each raise your right hands for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you would state your name for the record, please.
Tiffany Henson.
Thank you.
Brooks. Okay, before you get started, I'm first going to tell you to pull the base of the microphone close to you. You got to be really, really close to it.
Okay.
And then second, Mr. Kubis, I just want to clarify that you said 81 point something, and that's the updated from our materials, correct, to reflect the most accurate time frame?
Correct.
recent date?
I pulled those as on 20 July, so yes.
Okay. I just wanted that clarification point. Thank you. Sorry.
I just want to thank you all for having us here today. We are representing Spartanburg Community College Practical Nursing Program. Again, I'm Tiffany Henson. I'm serving as the dean, and this is Myra Westbrook. She's our department chair for our Cherokee County campus. As Mr. Kuba said, from the September visit, the recommendations that were returned to us from him and Ms. Britton have been corrected and submitted. And if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Any questions by board members?
I was wondering how you are addressing the deficient NCLEX scores from 2025?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I have a lot of notes here.
Okay.
We have looked at 4 areas. Our entry requirements, we noticed that our PN students did not have to have a particular score on their TEAS entry. And so we went back and corrected that for those students who are admitted beginning the spring of 26, they have to have a 60 overall, a 40 in science, but prior to that, there was no requirement for them at all. Secondly, we did notice that our grade distribution leaned more towards quizzes more than course test. In 2024, Ms. Westbrooks, please correct me if I'm in.
2023 when we first started.
Yes, they were at 70% for our course exams or course test. In 2024, those students, their grade distribution had changed to 50%, and our quiz distribution went up. And so we corrected that last fall for those students who were coming in and for those students who were currently enrolled in the spring of 2026. Also, for our NCLEX predictor scores, we did not have a remediation plan in place. And in the fall of 2025, we went in and did a corrective action in the moment, and we are now having students to remediate anytime they fall below a 90% chance of passing the boards. And I had one more thing written down. And any of our students who fall below an 80% on a test or in a course have to, well, I shouldn't say have to, but they're strongly encouraged to meet with their course instructor to develop a remediation plan, see if anything is going on outside work or anything like that that could be hindering them from making good progress in the course. One more thing, I'm sorry. And moving forward, we are looking at our content mastery series for our ATI test for each course that offers it, that putting in a plan in place for that if they fall below the benchmark that they have to do required remediation.
That's great. You answered 3 of my other questions.
Okay.
in that, so yay. What the passing course grade, is it an 80%? I heard you mention 80%.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Super. And how many times can a student repeat a nursing course?
Twice.
Twice. Okay.
Idea of what the characteristics of the individuals who did not pass are?
I'll let Ms. Westbrook speak to that.
Looking back at when we've been doing a lot of research on this, we have finding that the ones who did not pass or who were unsuccessful at the NCLEX were also students who, should have been identified that were not doing as well in their courses. And a lot of these, as we said, we went back and researched, they did have a low T-score, and we did not have that, letting them even into the program. So I think that's going to make a big impact on what we see going forward.
Was there testing anxiety that was looked at?
Yes, and we actually use a test-taking seminar. We put our students through that with ATI. We meet with those students now. This is something that, as Ms. Dean Henson said, that we also have put into place, is that we're meeting with those students. And we do typically have a lot of students who have test anxiety. And so we're trying to work with them to better accommodate their needs for that.
I would like to your GPA requirement for entry into the program and GPA requirement for graduation.
So the GPA requirement for entry into the program is a 2.5 based off their general education requirements. And do you mean for the schools overall or for our program to
For your
like
program to graduate
3.0?
is a 3.0. Because it looked like it said 2.0 on page 121.
That's for the school. That's one of their requirements, overarching requirements is 2.0. I wish I could make more sense of that, but for our students, they have to have a 3.0 to complete our program and 2.5 for entry.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for legal counsel.
Second. All in favor? We're going to have you step out for a little bit to discuss, and then we'll bring you back. All in favor? Okay. Is there a motion?
I have a motion. I make the motion to move to conditional status and return to the board 27. And this is due to the 2025 NCLEX scores.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Ms. Henson, I will email you the board's decision and your appearance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Madam Chair, the final appearance, I emailed them before this and called them while we were out for executive session. I have no response for them, but they are coming from Greenville, so I assume they are in the car.
En route. That's okay. We'll go ahead and do, we'll get a motion amendment to do lunch and executive session, and then if you can just let us know when they're here.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. Sounds good. Can I get a motion for lunch and executive?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move into executive session and have lunch.
Second.
The executive session is so that we can discuss some legal matters.
Thank you. All in favor? Everybody. Okay. So All right, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session into open.
All in favor? And before we get started, are there any recusals? Lindsay Mitchum is going to step out.
Madam Chair, this is going to be the last education appearance for today. We have ECPI Greenville Campus LPN who is requesting a continued full approval status. Pursuant to South Carolina Regulation 91.7, Ms. Carolyn Miller, Director of Nursing Education, Practical Nursing, ECPI Greenville Campus, is seeking the board's continued full approval status for their LPN program. During the July 2020 board meeting, the board granted ECPI Greenville LPN program full approval. The program submitted a self-study in accordance with Regulation 9112. Ms. Britton and I surveyed the program in April of this year. The self-survey, survey report, and survey responses are part of your reading materials. Please see the recommendations on page 2 of the survey report and note that all findings have been corrected. At the June ACO meeting, the committee voted to recommend full board approval. Ms. Miller is here today to represent the program. Again, the program is currently on full board approval status. You will see the last 5 years of NCLEX scores and the update as of July 20th, 87 of 95 individuals passed the NCLEX on the first time, equaling a 91.58% pass rate. Ms. Miller, once you're sworn in, the floor will be yours.
If you'd like to be sworn to, you raise your right hand for me. I solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Can we get your name for the record?
Drew McCabe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Miller, what would you like to share with the board today?
Well, we really appreciate your allowing us to be here for this today. In April, we had the pleasure of Mr. Kubis and Ms. Britton visiting our campus. The results of their visit indicated at the time a few findings that we have corrected. Some of them were corrected at the time of the visit. We did adjust the organizational chart lists for the faculty. Instead of listing the full-time, we had full-time and adjunct separated. That was corrected at the time of the visit. Some of our affiliation agreements were missing site information or incomplete start date. We did fix 6 of 8 of those with our contracting affiliates at the time of the visit, and the additional 2 were done within a week. We have some curriculum issues that are, the correction is still in process. We have 2 classes that were labeled med-surg nursing, and it was found that they needed to be more specific for mental health nursing and for maternal newborn. They did note a few inconsistencies between topics and course syllabi, and those were corrected at the time of the visit. And the recommendation was for revising the syllabi to include the attendance policies specific to the nursing program because they are different than General University. They did updating the PN handbook for the syllabi to include nursing-specific grading scale versus university grading scale. That has also been adjusted. We are very hopeful that you guys will see another 7 years for us. We are really appreciative of being here.
Great, thank you. Any questions by board members?
Ms. Miller, did you say that under curriculum, the F1, the nursing courses that will label med-surg, that's still in process of changing those names?
Yes, ma'am, because it's larger than just our campus.
I gotcha. Any idea when that might be addressed and finalized?
We are hoping by the end of the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion?
I move that since the findings and recommendations were all corrected, minus this one, which is in process, that we continue, excuse me, with full approval for ECPI Greenville.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I will email you the board's decision. Have a good trip back home. Madam Chair, members of the board, this concludes the education business for the board. Pending your questions,
We
I will
always
leave.
appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Have a
you.
wonderful day.
Thank you.
I have to see them. I didn't get to see them today. I heard about them.
Just FYI, we're all in open session.
All right, just one minor
care.
adjustment. We're going to need to move the OAC discussion of peptides. We're going to go ahead and move that up so we can hear that presentation. We have a friend from pharmacy coming.
I have a friend from pharmacy here.
Yay.
So it is listed under the OAC discussion, the prescribing the research peptides. But Dr. Casey Shealy is the board executive for the Board of Pharmacy, and she was kind enough to, on the fly, come down here and chat about it with us because she is much more knowledgeable than I am, and I'm going to defer to her to give us some information if she doesn't mind.
Excellent. Thank you.
So Casey Shealy, Board Executive for the Board of Pharmacy. I've been in this position since January of '25. I'm not fully aware of and happy to answer as many questions as I can exactly what you want the scope of the discussion to be around. There have been a lot of discussions and a lot of happenings in this space, both here in our state as well as nationally. So how would you like for me to start?
So we have a copy of your e-blast that you sent out, the Board of Pharmacy's e-blast that y'all sent out regarding research peptides. And the question is going to be if the board would like to send out a similar e-blast informing their licensees. And if you want to just maybe give us a little background of why the pharmacy board thinks that's important for all the licensees, both nursing and pharmacy, to be aware of that. Carolyn Sutherland is the advice counsel for the Board of Pharmacy, and she's also here. So either one of you can chime in. I'm glad to talk, but I like hearing from the experts from the pharmacy board.
So I believe it was the fall, September, October timeframe, whenever we sent out an e-blast. It was a multi-fold e-blast, if you will, based on things that our inspectors had been seeing out in the field. So just for your awareness, if you are not aware of kind of what our jurisdiction is, we license people who practice pharmacy, so pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, as well as pharmacy interns. Those would be the students who are in school. We also permit facilities that possess, store, administer, manufacture, distribute Legend drugs and devices. There are some exemptions to those permitted facilities, one being if it's wholly owned by a practitioner, and it's based on the practitioner definition within our statute, which would be include a nurse practitioner, physician assistant, physician as a practitioner. So if it is a practice that is wholly owned, 100% owned by licensed practitioners in our state, then they meet an exemption for a permit, if you will. Otherwise, they need to have a permit if they possess Legend drugs, if they administer Legend drugs, if they distribute Legend drugs for that. So you can imagine that we have a lot of facilities that we then will go in and inspect. So we inspect our permitted facilities in state at least every 2 years, and that's required by statute. And I'm giving you this long explanation to kind of provide you the background on how we got to where we are with what we are seeing. As far as inspecting those facilities at least every 2 years, we also will inspect more frequently if there's a change of location, change of name, change of ownership for that. That requires a new permit, again, by our statute. So our inspectors will go in. Our inspectors are licensed pharmacists. That is required by law that our inspectors and our investigators are licensed pharmacists. So we have 5 inspectors, and they are geographically divided across the state. They will go into all of the facilities that we permit. One of the more common ones that might be of interest to this board are what we call non-dispensing drug outlets. Some of you may practice in those. It's our NDO or PDO permit that's there. So it's a facility that just houses medications, administers them potentially to patients on site, but doesn't dispense, if you will. So in several of our inspections over the last year, again, I started in January of 25, we were finding a lot of compounds. GLP-1s have been very popular, and compounded GLP-1s specifically have been very popular. FDA has ended their enforcement discretion because they're no longer on the, specifically semaglutide, tirzepatide, are no longer on the shortage list, and so the enforcement discretion periods ended in 2025. So in the summer of 2025, whenever we were doing inspections, we would find a fair number of compounded GLP-1s as part of that kind of finishing out what had been done. In addition to that, though, there are also a number of sites that had compounds of various components, BPC 157, MOTS, and I'm looking back to my investigator, GHKCU, TP500, a variety of peptides that are on what are called a bulks list in a certain category, Category 2 currently. Some of them are still Category 2, some are not on any list, but they're labeled research use only. What research use only means is they're not intended for human use, for patient use. And so they were being injected into patients on site. And so we provide education that these are not intended for patient use. We ask them to quarantine those products, get rid of them whenever we see them. We saw it once, we saw it twice, and then we saw it a handful of other times. So that led us to sending out this e-blast because we don't think that a lot of people are aware what research use only truly means. And also there are some marketing schemes, in our opinion, that will say physician use only. It doesn't really bypass what the intended use is, doesn't go through the regulatory pathway, that sort of thing. Also, so that's what we have seen in the state, which led us to sending out that e-blast. You may or may not be aware that the Pharmacy Compounding Advisory Committee with the FDA is actually meeting. They met yesterday and today to review 7 peptides that were taken off of the Category 2 list, which means they should not be compounded, cannot be lawfully compounded if they're on Category 2 bulks list. They were removed from that list, but they haven't been placed on the list that allows for lawful compounding, which would be Category 1. That's what the committee is weighing in on yesterday and today. The 7 of the compounds that we have seen in the state, 4 of them were discussed yesterday. This would be BPC 157, TP500, KPV, and MOTS-C, which are peptides that are reportedly used for a variety of reasons for that. So the committee federally has been looking at this issue. Other states are also grappling with this issue, and it is not just a pharmacy issue because we aren't the only ones involved in the picture, if you will. So I think I'll just stop there because that's a lot of information and may or may not have been helpful at all, but just kind of where we are.
I think it is super helpful, Casey. And so as you can see from the materials, the e-blast that went out to the pharmacy board
that we could potentially model something to our licensees with is making sure that our licensees understand that the state law requires prescription-only medications be purchased for administration and dispensing from legitimate sources, and that they need to be careful and to know what for research use only means, and that that's not approved to be used for patients. And then we might also want to add something about that if you are found to be administrating, that you could be subject to disciplinary action from this board, as well as potentially being in trouble with the pharmacy board.
I did want to add one thing, is that part of this e-blast and part of what the Board of Pharmacy has seen of late is that there seems to be maybe a lack of understanding from maybe prescribers or people who are, or those prescribers who are purchasing from, I would say, legitimate sources, but maybe not permitted in South Carolina. So a non-resident facility that is selling or distributing medications into the state must be permitted in the state of South Carolina. And that also, I think, goes part and parcel with the, not just the research grade only, but also it has to be licensed here in South Carolina if you're going to administer it in South Carolina.
Thank you. That's a great point. And that is in the potential language. And I think that it is to bring it up to y'all as possibly an education point for our licensees to get ahead of this issue as much as we can. It is happening, but get ahead of it as much as we can so that people aren't getting in trouble for something that they're ignorant about. And obviously protection of the public. We're making sure that that providers, owners of businesses are aware of what the right steps to take would be. So that's why it's been brought to y'all to do this. And I see Casey's hand is up, so I'm going to defer back to her again.
All right, I just also wanted to say that the execs, we have talked internally, and that includes your exec, Whitney, the medical board exec, Jessica, kind of a way for us to how can we work together on this. So one benefit we have in pharmacy is that our investigators or inspectors are our licensed professionals, and I do recognize that we are, and I'm a little biased, I feel like that's a one-up for us. But our investigators do a lot of work and see a lot of things that affect the other boards, which is kind of why we've gotten together internally to try to figure out what can we do to bring our boards involved. And so we are kind of working through that process, and I think each board operates a little bit differently. And so I will also admit that I am still trying to navigate what can I do versus what can I have to have the board weigh in to do. So I am still working through some of those challenges myself, but I do think that it is a multi-pronged concern that we have, and really our jurisdiction as it relates to other professionals is somewhat limited to the permitted facility. And so again, if it's a facility that doesn't fall within that jurisdiction because it meets one of our exemptions, then we're not able to do anything. And if we are able to do something with other professionals, again, it's very limited because we don't license the prescribers. So to make that statement and make everyone aware that we are trying to work together internally, trying to figure out how that works with each of our schedules and boards and things. But we also, as Carolyn mentioned, permit non-resident facilities too. So anything that comes into the state that is a legend drug or device should be permitted with our board.
And just, as I said, the pharmacy board has already sent out their e-blast, and they're going at it from their end. Now we are looking at it at this meeting to see if there's something that we would like to do, or y'all, not me, would like to do. The medical board, I believe, has this on their agenda to look at next week. So it's an attempt from the agency to kind of educate from all ends for this issue that's starting to become more of a concern and will probably continue to grow as it is a current trend in the beauty health area type of thing. So if it is something you're interested in, we can either continue to discuss, we can go into executive session, or there could be a motion regarding whatever you would like. And I'm sure that Dr. Shealy would be glad to answer any other questions if you have them.
I just,
Oh, and I did want to say that we also have been trying to address the you need to have a permit issue, and that's something that we specifically put in our IV hydration joint policy with everyone to try to continue to educate on that regard as well. And that's, I think, a continued priority of all three boards to continue to educate all of our licensees on that need, because it does provide a level of protection for South Carolinians when there's proper inspections.
yeah. I just wanted to say thank you both very much for talking to us and educating us on the fly. So we really appreciate you. Go ahead, Bob.
Ask a question? Or
Absolutely.
If the FDA panel does override the scientific view from inside FDA, does that mean that the peptides will be allowed to be made, the ones that they've, I guess, take off the research list? Can they be used here, or do we have some regulation over them still?
So great question. As I understand your question, since the FDA advisory panel is convening and making recommendations for the FDA on 7 of those peptides, and some of which we already see here, I understand your question to be what then is possible after that. So I'll just kind of address at least what I understand and kind of how we would navigate forward based on what I know today. So the committee yesterday actually voted in favor of the 4 that were discussed yesterday to be placed on what's called the Category 1 list, which, if placed there, would make it lawful to compound by a compounding pharmacy or a state licensed physician. So FDA in their Section 503A allows a state licensed physician or a state licensed pharmacy to compound if things meet certain criteria, one of those being it's on the bulks list, Category 1, meaning it can be compounded. So from there, the FDA takes the recommendation from the committee and all of the information that the FDA has done research as far as reviewing what's currently available and all of the public commentary. And I believe I was listening to it before coming down. They've received over 2,000 different comments on a variety of the 7 compounds that are being discussed. So they will review all of that and then put forth a proposed rule. So kind of like our regulations, you have to, propose them, then you get feedback on them, and then you publish your final rule, if you will. So they will then propose a rule, get commentary on that, and then propose a final rule based on the collection of everything that they've compiled. We are in the midst, as a board, of drafting compounding regulations currently, which may or may not be affected by things. So today, as we stand, we expect for pharmacies to comply with state and federal law, which would be the kind of carve out under 503A, what would be a lawful compound for that. If any of that changes, then we will adjust accordingly based on upholding or complying with state and federal law. I didn't really answer your question, but that's what we've got today is we would adjust in whatever situation comes. I don't know that there would be any placement on Category 1 in the next few months. It just all depends on how quickly the FDA acts. But there's currently, at least, there is an understanding that there is no current lawful compound for a peptide that is not on a Category 1 list, and that's a very small list current.
I would just note that there is a lot of change going on at the FDA and the federal level, and any impacts that they may have on the Board of Pharmacy or how we regulate pharmacies or compounded medications would be updated on our website and discussed in our board meetings. So if you want to keep up, that's the best way I know how. Otherwise, I know that the laws keep changing more.
But for our licensees, in order to stay in compliance, the best way to do that would be to not prescribe or administer anything that is on the for research use only area, and then to use legitimate suppliers that have a South Carolina Board of Pharmacy permit. If they do that, they are in the clear, for sure.
Perfect.
If I can ask one more question off this one. We had a case a number of years ago, a person was using ozone therapy. Does that come under, how does that come from the pharmacy board?
I'm gonna say, unfortunately, that's not really on our agenda. So based on FOIA, we're not gonna get into ozone at this time. But thank you. I understand the curiosity, but unfortunately, we're not gonna get into that.
We like having visitors.
We have 503, so we, to also just make sure, because practitioners likely would be approached by an order from what are known as outsourcing facilities, 503Bs. So those are not your small compounding facilities. Those are your more mass compounded facilities that are more strictly regulated by the FDA, but they all are also required to be permitted with us too. So a practitioner, I just bring that up because a practitioner could lawfully obtain drug from a rightfully permitted 503B facility as well. It doesn't just have to be a pharmacy or a wholesale distributor. We permit those too, so.
I might have said pharmacy, I meant
Thank you.
supplier.
Thank you. So if it pleases the board, could I get someone to make a motion to approve for Megan, our counsel, to draft a statement for us that mimics the Board of Pharmacies but includes the additions that we mentioned?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
I will get that done.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming today.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it personally.
Very helpful. Lots of good information. Okay. Next, I think we're up to MPSC onboarding process with Mindy.
Before we move on, I just want to clarify that motion was for me to draft it and to send it out via
Yes, yes.
e-blast. Okay, just want to make sure we have that official.
I should have clarified all of that. Thank you.
Mindy, we're in an open session and you can't be heard if you're not on the microphone.
I'll say it again.
Yeah, you got to be on the record, ma'am.
Okay, I'm on the record now. So I'm Mindy Carruthers, nurse practice consultant for the South Carolina Board of Nursing. And I also have the chair, the MPSC chair, Carrie Powell is here. All right?
Is Ms. Powell, are you going to be providing any testimony?
I'm here for questions or any
questions
kind
and
of.
things? Okay, let's just out of an abundance of caution, go ahead and get you sworn in. Just so if you want to provide some testimony, we're good.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you.
Carrie, I'm just going to let you know, the box, you can actually move it towards you, and the microphone comes uncomfortably close. It'll light up red when we can hear you, but you adjust however it's comfortable for you to talk.
Okay, there it goes.
Perfect. Thanks.
Move
hear
the
me?
bottom
Yeah.
and adjust the neck as you see fit.
All right. The purpose of this presentation, I'm sorry. Oh, I have to get my clicker. The purpose of this presentation is to outline the onboarding orientation process for our new MPSC members. Over the past year and a half, we've had quite a few new members, and we didn't really formalize a process. So you do have the onboarding, I think it's a 2-page sheet in the material. This PowerPoint is simply to kind of outline what we would do to onboard to actually outline and guideline everything.
So to clarify, this is a proposal for the onboarding
Yes.
process.
Because we would use it to onboard the new members. So if we need this to be
the board
documented as
approve.
the thing, because it's just a presentation. Yes, ma'am.
It's
Now,
just
the onboarding
presentation for-
page, we would like you to approve that for sure. But this was
Thank-
just me telling you how we would go about addressing the new members.
Yeah, and so it's information for us, and we can discuss it, and we determine if we approve it or if we want edits or changes and all of that.
Yes, because this will probably
Yeah.
change anyway. It's a fluid document based on what we need to do with the new members. So this is kind of like a framework.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
proposed
but
framework.
whatever you guys need to do with it.
Can we confirm where in our material the 2 pages or the information is, because I'm actually not seeing it.
Yeah, I'll have copies if you need it, because I didn't put anything in the server.
It's not in there. Okay.
Okay.
It's not me. Okay.
Yeah, it was-
I thought maybe I was missing it.
Yeah, it's just the onboarding one, Carrie.
I'm
You always have to
scrolling.
have paper.
Hold, still scrolling.
Yeah, and I can go forward because that's later in the PowerPoint, okay?
Okay, sure.
All right, the purposes for that, we're going to make sure that there's somewhat of a formal process to onboard the new members. So this will help alleviate some of the ambiguity that occurs when you have new membership and hopefully make them more comfortable when they're trying to navigate with us. Including the board's mission statement into the onboarding process is crucial because the primary legally mandated goal of the Board of Nursing is for public protection. So defining the role is also important because the committee members need to understand their legal obligations and how far we can go as far as making certain recommendations. And everything needs to align with the board's mission. So that's a part of protecting the public. Committee structure and rationale. So we do have a diverse membership, and we tried to hit as many specialties as we could, but this is actually outlined in the bylaws. So I believe the last 2, cosmetics and forensics, those were put in play within the past 4 or 5 years. So whenever the board feels as though we need a different specialty, that's always up for recommendation, and we can add. So those are the most recent 2, the cosmetics and the forensics. As far as
When you say APRN, there's no different specialties to that. It's just APRN.
well, any of the membership could include a APRN except for, of course, LPN. So there are RN membership. If it happens to be an APRN, we welcome them.
Mindy, when it says ex officio members, BON chair, that would just really be a BON member.
That's actually our chair.
Right. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the chair, because
Right.
we have appointments.
Volunteered for that
to
one.
the
Right, we
committees.
appointed me.
Just the past 9 years has always been the chair,
Yeah,
but it doesn't have to, I guess.
right, it doesn't have to be, yeah.
Alternate is not the chair. So
No,
she
she's in
doesn't-
case the chair can't
Right, yeah.
make it.
So
Or
just a
whoever that
BON
person is.
member.
You guys decide that, we don't, so yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, and then, of course, myself, the practice consultant, and then we also have a member from the Advanced Practice Committee. They're part of the ex officio team. So that's the structure.
I'll be adding the nurse informatics to this.
Well,
We're
we-
going to have that
discussion,
discussion. You
yeah.
haven't decided whether or not you're going to add that. That's going to happen after this.
All right. The key legal and regulatory foundations, of course, our Nurse Practice Act. That's where we have a framework to govern. And then we have the MPSC bylaws, which you guys are making revisions to. And then the board rules and regulations, those are part of the governing guidelines as well. And then we have administrative procedures. So that's the legal framework for which the committee can work under. Any type of proposals, of course, must go forward to the board. And then the roles, scope of authority, what the practice and standards committees can decide versus what needs to be escalated to the board. But as I said, any proposal or recommendations must be approved by the board members, full board. Fiduciary duties. This is an overview of the duties such as, we're all used to this as nurses, the care, loyalty, obedience, and that's to make sure that the patient needs are first. So whatever we're deliberating in any capacity, we got to make sure the patients are safe. And so a lot of the diversity in our committee members will assist with that as well.
Not sure obedience is the word I would use there.
Okay. That's just a part of our regular
Yeah.
nursing, but I can take that out. You don't want them to be obedient. That's our overall arching theme for nurses, but I can take it out. It's not a debate for me. If you want me to take it out, I will.
It's more of a comment. We can talk about it. When we review it, we'll look at it.
Okay. And then the scope of practice determination. So there's a decision tree that we use. What we would like for anyone that comes before the board with a proposal, we do have scope of practice requests that come before the NPSC committee. And there's a decision tree that they use before we can even determine what they're looking for. A lot of times it helps the team navigate, well, what is it you're looking for? Is it currently being adjudicated by us already? Is there something that your facility is looking at to help gain more guidance? So there's a whole tree that they use to determine if it even comes to the committee, and then we go forward. Evidence-based review. So that's utilizing the national standards, SBSPN guidelines, and any type of institutional policies that may already be in play. The members can utilize any of that research. Sometimes we also look at other boards' opinions, just to see where we are in other states. Not necessarily adopt them, but if we do use any of their material, we have to get their permission. We haven't had any issues with that so far. The standard agenda meeting procedure. So it's important for new members to know what the committee's agenda would look like to start, and then what the procedural pieces to this is. So we start off with, of course, the call to order, and then there's the roll call, and also the quorum. We have to make sure we have a quorum, just like with this board. Then we go into the approval of the minutes, and of course, the report, and any discussions that are on the agenda. Sometimes there's unfinished business, and then we'll put that on the agenda and move forward. If there's new business, usually that's limited, but we can have some discussion. And then the final is adjournment. Mechanics of emotion. This is important because even though we have nurses that have been in practice for a while, that doesn't mean that they know how to, put forth emotion. So we put this out there to help guide them. And this has been helpful in our most recent NPSC meeting because I could tell that they were more comfortable with making the motion and seconding the motion. And it makes the meeting go a little more smoothly because they have more confidence when they have something to check in with.
Legally, the chair is not required to repeat the motion.
Why use SBAR? This is where Chairman Carrie Powell, she proposed this as a review tool. We actually use this SBAR, Situation Background Assessment and Recommendations. She was able to take this tool, which most nurses are familiar with, and review the position statements that we're looking at now. So this particular SBAR tool is good because it enforces how we standardize, and it's kind of concise in most cases, and it has an objective communication piece to it. It eliminates some ambiguity, and it prevents omissions. So it can ensure that we have any of the complex clinical policy recommendations. You can kind of see a structure behind it. Do we have to click in? I don't know if they can see that. Well, is that the SBAR one? Yeah, you may not be able to see that too well.
That's the one they handed out.
The onboarding one too, we didn't hand that out yet. See the onboarding?
We have the onboarding.
We have the onboarding one.
We put that in. That's the onboarding there?
That's
Okay.
the one that just was handed out. That was just handed out.
That's not the one I needed. I needed the SBAR first. Do you have that?
No.
I know you don't. I'm talking to. That's the SBAR one, but that's too small to see, so they probably need that as well. The onboarding slide is next. Did you want to go over it? Yeah, Carrie can go over that.
Yeah, so for purposes today, I was just going to share with you a high-level overview of
Just one
some of the-
moment. You just have to be recognized by the chair.
So she's not recognized yet? We waiting on the recognition?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone who is not on the
Yeah, I
agenda
understand.
has to be recognized by the chair.
I need someone to make a motion for an executive session.
I make a motion that we move into executive session for the purpose of legal counsel.
Second. We're going to take a break for a minute. Executive session. All right, Carrie, what would you like to share with us today?
Okay, thank you. So for purposes of today, I was going to give you a high-level overview of a SBAR that our chair is working on with the subcommittee, and it was in response to the practicing at a level other than the highest licensure approval and recognition. And again, this will come to you guys at a later date with more details, and it also has a very extensive list of references for what you requested.
Hold on.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you are wanting to give a brief overview of a policy that will later come to the board?
Yes.
We cannot do that. That's not on the FOIA agenda. We can't discuss that, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm sorry because I know you put some time into that, but we cannot do that. We were not made aware that that was going to be discussed, so it's not included on the agenda.
Okay, I totally understand.
Is she able just to discuss the SBAR, how they're using the?
100% how you just, we would love it if you would
Yes.
discuss how you use the SBAR in a general circumstance,
Yes.
but it can't be specific to a situation that the board hasn't heard yet.
Okay. So this, our group is working on a position statement that provides guidance for licensed nurses who are practicing in positions below their highest level of licensure. While the existing statement establishes accountability under the Nurse Practice Act.
No,
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know that, I think I'm not making it very clear.
Purposes of the meeting, we'll omit this part of this presentation, and we will let them conclude at this point, okay, and give everybody time to review it. She was not going to go into detail on the policy specifically. However, it was just to provide a framework for how NPSC would look at varying topics. So you guys have the material that has been printed in front of you that can be used at this point in time. And if you do have any questions for them, they will be open to questions at this time.
Whitney, we're saying this SBAR goes into specifics about what they're reviewing, and we can't see it ahead of time. That's part of the issue, and I think she was going to try to explain it or read it, and it still was going to go into things that we haven't seen yet and was on the agenda. So if you just want to, in general, talk about how you would apply it without specific examples, and don't use this one, maybe.
Okay.
Need to take that off the screen, please. It can't be on there.
Sorry, Carrie.
No, no worries. I totally understand. So
One can just hand me the SBAR paper.
But I want to say the use of SBAR to me seems like a wonderful idea
handing
to
you
use it
copies.
as a tool to do anything. So I'm anxious to hear how you came up with that idea.
And that says SBAR, pass that back to Megan.
Just to clarify, this is not on you at all. It's just, we would be violating FOIA because we haven't let the public know, even though I'm sure you weren't going to get into details. It just gets really gray, even when we're saying there's going to be this policy upcoming, this is what you're working on, because somebody didn't have the opportunity to see it. But SBAR in general, just these are the basic principles of what SBAR is and how it would be applied to anything that we're reviewing would be wonderful information that we would love to hear.
Sure, thank you. So as a nurse, most nurses communicate to physicians with SBAR. And high-level overview of that is when physicians get called, they don't want a whole litany of information sent to them. They really want a succinct, methodical way of presenting data. So in a situation where you were using SBAR, you would present just the event that was going on. So you would give a very brief 2 to 3 statement overview of what it is that you need or what it is that you're presenting, just to kind of give some basic information. And then when you look at the background, with that, you're going to give a little bit of historical data. With this, we do have some historical reflection on why it came to be or what it is that you need that reflects on the requested information that you're bringing forward. Assessment, we're going to give some tangible, that's where your really objective findings are coming in. And you're looking at, if it was in a nursing venue, it would be, your vitals, your history, your physical, all those things. In this specific case, we're looking at more of the professional accountability statement and where there's opportunity to add, clarify, or even strike words from the current practice. I will tell you that we did go through and do a lot of research on other practices in different states, and so we brought forth information and added a few statements from other nurse practice acts and other nurse practice in other states. So again, looking at that research dynamic, which was, again, what you guys had asked for. And then looking at the recommendation, we're going to give a recommendation of, again, the additions, the strikes, and then also added a complement for employer requirements, seeing that, in these certain spaces, there may be things that the employer needs to clarify, because I believe one of the factions that brought this forward was that there was a question as to how folks were doing different things in different settings. So I will tell you one thing that was reflective in this current practice is really looking at EMR data and how that's used, because in the past, things, maybe, looking in our SBAR formats, how do we make sure that we are up to date in compliance with any kind of AI tools, EMR tools? And so how do we, as a practice and standards committee, not only address the actual tangible information set forth, but how do we create less ambiguity for things that may be forward-coming with our AI age that we're entering? And so really, that is the overview of what we will be bringing forward. And I believe that this is a standard practice that could create your team to know what to expect when we come forward. Any questions?
Not hearing any. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank the three of you for the work that you have done on the onboarding process and the recognition that it was needed, because when you join a committee and you don't know what you don't know. So this orientation process, once we have a chance to look at it and digest it, I think is a wonderful idea. So I just want to say thank you for the work you've done on it.
I'll- Make a motion that we take this information that was presented to us today, review it, and then we can provide our edits and bring that forward. Right. Right, it can't be implemented until approved by the board, so we'll review it.
Second your motion.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Invite.
I need a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters and invite Deputy Director Boland to stay.
So moved.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, I need a second.
Second.
Now all in favor? Okay, motion carried. Yes. And back to open. All in favor? Motion carried. Looks like next on the agenda, we have the MPSC bylaw revision proposal, nurse informaticist.
Oops, sorry. That was me.
I'm like, oh, that's me. Okay, so at the last meeting, there was some discussion about possibly revisiting the NPSC bylaws to look at, to possibly do some revisions, as well as to add additional, to consider adding an additional position. So I am bringing that back full circle, and here it is right now. So we can discuss that if you would like. Or if anyone has thoughts, they can feel free to shout that out.
I feel like we probably need a work group to look at this and to look at the revisions and the proposal for a new position. Any thoughts?
Okay, that sounds to me like Lisa James has said both that she thinks there should be a work group and she wants to be on that work group.
And she's volunteering.
I think it's a much needed, the nursing informatics, it does a lot today with nurse. Definitely needed for electronics, trying to get through medical records, that's where we're headed. So I just think it's a vital position that needs to be added.
I'd like to make a motion to have a work group, if that's what we're wanting to do, for the proposal of a nurse informaticist.
Second. Hold on, and that would be overall possible revisions of the bylaws?
And the overall possible revisions of the bylaws.
Yes.
I am going to just say that is on the floor, but we want to pause for a moment. I know we have one member that's willing to participate. There might be more for the work group than just Lisa, or she might have signed up for more than she thought. And then we might amend it to add some names.
Okay.
If that's agreeable.
Okay. Would anybody else like to be on the MPSC bylaw revision and proposal for new position work group? So Melissa, I have Lisa, I have Teresa. Is that good?
I would say that that's probably good unless somebody else really feels it in their heart that they need to join. So that's a good
I
one.
think that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Ladies got it.
Okay, so Teresa, would I be correct to say that you would like to modify your existing motion to add that you and Melissa and Lisa would be on that work group?
Can I make Lisa James the head of that committee?
You can definitely put whatever you want in that motion.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor? Okay.
sorry.
Lisa, you
we
already said, yeah.
We seconded? Okay.
Okay, there you go. You've created.
Melissa seconded, all in favor. Good job. Yay.
Okay, and we have already done the OAC discussion on peptides.
So now do we keep rolling and open, or do we need to go into closed?
But
I do not
Tina's
see
not
Ms.
here.
Brown here at this point. We are ahead of schedule, so I would say that we can skip to the next thing, and maybe someone could notify her that we're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. So next we have the board executive report.
I don't believe there is anything under there, although I saw Ms. Smith get the PowerPoint clicker, so I think she's got something for us.
Oh, you are fast.
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice.
I can speed through this, so we're good.
Let Whitney go ahead.
All right. I've got a couple of updates for you guys this afternoon, just to give you some updated numbers on where we are from a licensure standpoint. So since the end of our last board meeting, we've had a total issuance of 1,590 new issued licenses in the state. We've had a total of 92. This is particularly coming from that allotment of individuals that did not renew their license in time. So we had 92 of those that have been reinstated from a lapsed or reactivated from a lapsed status. And as you can see, our grand total currently with those numbers is 97,005 active licensees across the state. Any questions on that? Yes.
Less, were there 98,000? Do I remember we were close to 100?
Yes, we were. And once the and as like I mentioned in the last meeting, renewal impacts a lot of that. So we lost a significant, I don't really like the word loss, but we had a significant reduction in the number of overall licensees. Some of it was due to compact state licensees that needed to really be in their primary state of residence that we were able to catch up with. Some folks that, again, did not reactivate or renew their license, so they went into a lapse status. So that's where you see that dip since we've had this renewal cycle close at the end of May.
I was wondering if you saw an uptick in retired licenses, if this is sort of the beginning of what we've been expecting with the retirees.
Yes, we did see a number of those come back and request inactive status because or due to retirement. So we did see an uptick in that as well.
Thank you. Wow.
This again is just some final closeout numbers, particularly from a revenue standpoint for you all. We have several board members that reinstated or were reappointed to the board here most recently. So thank you guys for your continued service. And we've got Leslie Lyerly, Melissa May Engel, Lindsay Mitchum, Francis Paget, and Robert Wolf that all have been reappointed for a couple more terms. So thank you guys again for your service. I did put a link on here that links you guys to the LLR board member newsletter. So if you haven't received that, let me know. But you also have the link on this presentation at the conclusion of the day that will provide you with some additional information that the director herself has shared with you all in regards to what happens with some of our funding and our budget preparation process and things like that. So although our budgets have not yet been fully finalized or released for FY27 yet, she just offers some meaningful insight to you guys on that as well.
Whitney?
Yes.
Quick question on that one. I think I saw that newsletter come in, and it's all of the boards, just not nursing, but everything,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Of
So I
the
saw it.
LLR
Yeah.
boards.
Okay.
But yes, we're in there.
Got it, yep.
And just a couple of updates from a board staff perspective. So from the licensing arm, we are welcoming 2 new processors this month. So we are glad to have them, and they will definitely help us keep leading the charge with our licensing work. With those 2 additions, the licensing team will be fully staffed based on our allotted FTEs at this point in time. Board compliance, you heard from her this morning. Tiara Sims is our new administrative coordinator for that team. And we are currently in the process of interviewing for our administrative assistant position there. Our education team has been hard at work. It's really a 2-person show from that perspective. You guys hear from Peter a lot, but Ms. Nell Britton is also on the behind the scenes focus, and they've been engaging some of the ACON members in the surveys as well to help meet the needs for our schools and get them surveyed in a timely manner as well. NLC updates. Just really quickly, we would like to say congratulations and welcome to the NLC team to Maggie Murdoch. She is now one of the members of the NLC Rules Committee. So I think that'll help continue to allow us to make sure we stay in line with NLC rules and regulations and make sure that we are subject matter subject matter experts in that platform as well. We have Massachusetts, just by way of a compact update itself. Massachusetts has been enacted in the LLC, but they are still waiting full implementation as of the end of June. And then we have Michigan and DC most recently that still have significant legislation that will hopefully open the doors to them becoming partners in the NLC as well. The APRN compact licensure process is a little bit stagnant, and we've actually been looking at a compact redesign for the APRN level, just because of all of the variations in the laws, the rules, the regulations that govern APRN practice across different states. So lots more to come from there. There have not been any new states to join the APRN compact as it is currently structured. So that's, again, a little bit of a limiting factor for this compact moving forward. Any questions on any of that? I know this slide is a little bit small. I did send you guys some communication just in regards to the annual business book, the NCSBN annual business book. This is an important document for all of you to review, just to make sure that you understand what items are going to be voted on at the annual meeting coming up in a few weeks' time. And it's important particularly to get your suggestions, your feedback, your recommendations to Bridget. So as she's the voting delegate on behalf of the board. So if you want to take some time and review that book and make sure that she's aware of any of your thoughts and ideas, I strongly recommend that. One of the biggest pieces being the proposed increase in the NCLEX fees. So it's a pretty substantial increase. So please familiarize yourself with that. And as many of you know, we have our very own John Wickham, who is running for a national position, the Director at Large position. So he's got quite a bit of expertise and some competition. So wish him the best as he goes on that stage again as well. And then just some quick.
If I could just, sorry to interrupt, a little bit that you can go ahead and look at the whole meeting online, so you don't have to pay. They broadcast it, so you can look at the meeting online and you can watch John's presentation and then how the voting is. So the links will be sent out to the annual meeting. So if you're interested, you can watch it.
Yes. You can access it currently off of your NCSBN Passport account, as long as you go under the actual annual meeting event. Everything is located there. If you need any help with that, just let me know, but all of that information is on your Passport account.
I was going to say, I'd be happy to send out a reminder that the meeting is starting on, if you want.
All right, and then this slide just has a couple good reminder meeting for you. A couple that, for any of you that are interested, is the 2026 NCLEX virtual conference. So any of the educators in the room or anybody that's just interested to look more in depth at the content of the NCLEX itself, that's a great meeting to be a part of as well. All right, and this last section, and I know this is not quite legible from this distance, but I wanted to make some introductory conversation in and around our new human trafficking CE requirement that we are going to be required to issue to all of our licensees and have as an expectation for licensure renewal. So this first slide is just a quick summation of the actual law that has been enacted and the requirements that this law entails. So this is in addition to the 30 CEU requirements that we currently require for the renewal process. So essentially, going forward in renewal cycles, we will be looking for 30 plus 1 CEUs. However, this is going to be a little bit of a interesting objective for us in terms of how we track this, because this is over a 6-year period of time. So some renewal years, we will have folks that just have that normal 30 CEU amount, and then others will have that 30 plus 1, essentially. So this law is proposing that, well, it's not proposing, but it enacted that nurses in particular will be required to obtain 1 hour of CEU education related to human trafficking education. They outline the specifications for that education, and our obligation to partner with the South Carolina Human Trafficking Task Force and the State Task Force on Healthcare, human trafficking healthcare as well. So as initial proposal for adoption of this process, some of the things that we still have to sort of iron out and hardwire is really talking more in depth with the South Carolina Human Trafficking Task Force to figure out what their scope will be in terms of what can they really accommodate from a course load perspective, with them being our subject matter experts in this realm. Then going forward, because the board, you all as the board would have to approve whichever course providers would be eligible to provide this CEU credit hour to all of our nurses. We would have a similar structure to what we do for discipline courses and things like that. Similar, but not same. So this is, again, to ensure that we have some subject matter expertise vetting with the South Carolina Task Force of Healthcare of Human Trafficking, and making sure that any course that would potentially like to be approved by you all has been at least initially recognized by the task force. But we have to make sure that they are, one, wanting and willing to be able to do that for us, and figuring us out sort of a pathway for making sure that courses are meeting the required specifications of this law before it's officially endorsed by the board. And then we would sort of move through the approval process, as I mentioned, similarly to how we do some other approvals for programs and things of that nature. I did put in a little plug here that if we wanted to, and if any of you felt so compelled and passionate about this subject, that we could formulate a Board of Nursing work group in and around this. This will probably have a tighter time frame if we were to do that, and a bit more structured time frame on that, so that we can get this out to our constituents and make sure they know the expectations and what courses we would potentially be endorsing as well. Any questions on that? I know that was a lot.
And I'll just add to that that the agency is working on this issue because it is affecting both your board and the medical board. So Deputy Director Boland and myself and Bob Horner and Virginia, oh, I'm blanking on your last name, Virginia. Wetzel, thank you, have had a meeting with a representative at the AG's office that's spearheading this project, and we're working on coming up with the best way to handle that. So that is still being in process, as well as what Whitney is recommending and as outlined for us. And yes, the board will need to be approving coursework. An option would be to help have the AG's office help vet those for us as they are creating their own program, as well as, like I said, spearheading this initiative due to the statute. So that's something that we can consider as well as we go forward. And I'm happy to keep you all up to date on this. I think that it is a continued project within the agency, and I'm sure that your board executive has also been in some meetings that I haven't been in about how we're going to implement this as well. So we can continue to work together to update you on how this is going. And we're also going to have to incorporate an education piece in this, and making sure that the nursing licensees are aware that this is a requirement and that it cannot be covered under your employer certification, but it has to be actually taken in addition to that. So I think we'll probably need to be rolling out some e-blasts and working with our communications team to use our social media, the agency's social media, to try to get that word out.
So this is just an initial introductory conversation to this matter in particular. There is a HEALS program that is currently being endorsed by the Attorney General's office that the board could also wish to align with and endorse as a premier provider. We have had some outreach for some other programs that would like to be a provider of this CEU education as well. So we're really just needing to create the framework and making sure that we stay in line with that need to collaborate with the task force on this as well too, and then make sure that we have a good tracking mechanism in the background for this. So if anybody would like to proceed with the initial proposal, I'm open to doing that, or if we would like to opt for option 2 and develop a work group, again, one that would be a little bit more aggressive in their timeline and have to get some things accomplished pretty quickly, we can do that as well.
I think, sorry, go ahead, John.
I was going to say, I thought that there's supposed to be some guidance coming out on what exactly the program is going to need to consist of, and that way everybody's getting the same
Yes, so
right
that's
selection.
that's spelled out in the legislation as it's written. So again, I apologize for it being less than legible up here for you guys, and I have no idea where my laser is in relation to the room. But if you look under A, B, and C on this slide, those are the 3 primary specifications that the legislation requires for the content to contain. So that's going to be important to make sure that we are looking at that piece.
I looked for.
And I have to admit that I didn't realize it was a +1. I thought that in my own practice that I could take one and that would be part of my 30. So that really needs to get out, I feel
Yes.
like, in our
Yeah.
education to our nurses, that this is additional. I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
You provide, some of the board members are having, and I myself as well, having some difficulty finding it on the secure server. Can you tell us where exactly on the secure server it is?
It should be under the board report folder.
Board executive report folder?
Yes.
We
Thank
don't
you.
have, ours is empty.
Okay. All right. Well, I will.
Refresh and see if that'll help the situation. I don't know if it will, but it doesn't hurt.
Okay. If not, I'll try to get it re-uploaded for you all really quickly. All right, I'm seeing a lot of blank faces, so I'm going to take it that it's not there.
It takes
For a
quite a
little
few
bit.
clicks once you refresh.
It's under the board chair report. It was in there, but if you refresh it, it's under the board chair report. Yeah, we didn't have it.
Got it.
Executive.
Not in the board exec folder, it is in the board chair folder.
So I still go to reports?
Yes.
Okay.
So Whitney, am I reading this correct, that they're calling for January 1st, 2028? So they're wanting us to do this before then?
Correct.
To have this class?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. It's actually January 2028 for people who were licensed before January 1st, 2026, and anyone who was licensed after January 1st, 2026 is 2 years from their initial date. So if you were licensed yesterday, your date is not January 1st, 2028. Your date is 2 years from yesterday.
Gotcha. Thank you.
take this as information and make decisions?
Take this and as for informational purposes and then table this human trafficking because it seems like this is very new. We're still getting lots of information. It sounds like there's some information or work going on in the background that we may have more information in September in order to make some decisions and go in a direction.
That is up for y'all to do. I do just want to say you need to be ready to make some decisions in September because the first deadline is 2028, January 1st. We're going to have to, and there's, as we've discussed, there's going to be some big education pieces in here. We're going to need to move pretty aggressively just to ensure that all the licensees know what they are being held accountable for. So more than happy for you to do that, but we're going to have to come in hard in September.
Right. And to Megan's point, you saw my initial number on the slide of about 97,000. If you take about, let's be generous, take about 5,000 off of that, you're looking at a spread of 92,000 nurses across 3 different licensure types that have to get through this education in a year. So we're going to evaluate how many providers, things like that, to get everybody facelifted and compliant in this process. So just a little food for thought. Again, this was just an introductory conversation into this matter, but if you do choose the work group route in particular, we will have to move pretty aggressively.
It sounds as if the agreement is to table this. If that is correct, someone just can go ahead and make a motion that you're going to table this to allow time to digest and fully understand, and then be back in September ready for quick action. You can just say so moved.
So moved.
Second.
Favor? That in September.
Perfect. That concludes my report out for you.
I had a question just about the auditing and
Yes.
how that's going. How's the audit going?
So we are actively working with CE Broker right now to pull that audit list as you guys have requested. So once we have that pulled, we'll start working with advice and our IT team to get communication out to those individuals that have been identified. So we are underway in that process. We're just waiting on that official list to be given to us from our CE Broker team. And once we are in receipt of that, we will be steamrolling forward. So,
Have they given you, as CE Broker, have they given you a date as to when you should expect that list to you?
July 30th.
Perfect.
I have a question. Do you have information on how many dual certified APRNs we have in the state? It may or may not be something you have access to. I was just interested.
I do believe that is data that we can pull. I don't have it at my fingertips right now, but I can certainly look into that for you and provide that to you if you wish.
I would be interested in seeing trends. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to see if I can pull it by certification type or discipline. I don't know if that matters to you if you're just looking for dual certification.
Dual.
Okay.
I need to we want to take a very quick comfort break and then go on into the ODC statistics report because I have got to go.
So we're going to go offline for a moment.
All right, so board members, you can find this in your materials, and hopefully you've had a chance to take a peek at it. Dr. James, Dr. Whitcomb, and myself were on the work group to take a look at, first of all, we had asked ACON to take a look at it and send us their revisions, changes, or additions. So I want to put out there to thank the ACON members that were in that work group who worked on it. We took their feedback and took a look at it, talked about what changes that we might like to see, additions or deletions. We went back in Chapter 91 to see if there was any overlap, and did find that there was some. So as you look through here, we did drop one finding. So I will quickly go through this. It would now read, should you accept this, and we'll have discussion when I get done. The following are considered substantive changes that require prior Board of Nursing approval, a change of 25%, which is a reduction. The current substantive change reads 50% or more. We divided it out via clock hours or credit hours or content. I'm looking to see. Some of that language came from ACON that we adopted. And then we just divided it out for clarity, including A, curriculum delivery, B, semester hours, C, modality, including, we thought it was important to have virtual instruction in there. Number 2 was any change that reflects the philosophy, conceptual framework, goals, and objectives of the nursing program. We felt that was an important delineation too. 1 and 2 were sort of included in a catch-all for number 1, which read curriculum revisions. So we divided it out a little bit more as to what is curriculum revisions. Offering courses at additional locations was there. ACON left that there as well. Changes in degree and diploma offerings was there. There was no change from ACON and no change from us. Hiring a full-time faculty member in an associate degree program that has not completed at least 50% of the course requirements for a master's degree in nursing. That was there as well. The new addition coming from ACON was must submit a timeline for completion of the master's degree, and we left that as we thought that was an excellent addition. Hiring a full-time faculty member, let's see, oh wait, yep, that was already referenced, so that was a repeat. Greater than a 50% increase in student enrollment, that was there. ACON delineated and added per program type based on the prior year of enrollment, and we left that. We thought that was important. Any reduction in financial resources, I think, was that there? No, we added, or ACON added. We added that. We added any reduction in financial resources and a change in faculty composition and or numbers that affect the goals and the objectives of the nursing program. And then this came from ACON as a suggestion as well, I think. I'm looking to make sure so I'm not saying it wrong. It may have been us as well. Notification of any substantive change should be submitted to the Board of Nursing within 90 days before or after implementation or occurrence.
I'm not going to comment on what the substantive changes are because that's for y'all, and this might not be a language you like, but when I read the first sentence, the following are considered substantive changes that require prior Board of Nursing approval, I worry that someone's going to misinterpret that. So I would possibly say the following are considered substantive changes that require Board of Nursing approval in advance of implementation or something along those.
Yeah, for number 9, you basically give them a 6-month window. And then the other question that I have is number 7. There's no quantifiable, measurable thing there. It just says any reduction in financial resources. So like 1%, 5%, 10%, 50%, like what are our, because I would imagine budgets change year to year. I don't run programs, but.
Yeah, that actually came from CC&E, and that, if you look at Chapter 91, it basically, what Peter goes out and he does an evaluation on a nursing school, and ASIN, and so that is their language, any reduction in financial resources, so it doesn't have a quantifier there. Like you say, budgets change, right? And it's a reduction in the financial resources. Does that impact your program, right? We didn't change anything, we didn't add anything. They simply say any reduction in financial resources.
And so that is a change for which essentially any change in their finances.
But if you feel that a percentage should be added there, this is our time to discuss this. This is just a draft.
Often the university's budgets constrict.
All the time.
And I just wonder if we're going to get a lot of notifications that maybe aren't really
substantial.
Substantial, thank you.
This, sorry, just for my knowledge, is this just notifying them, or is this them having to come in front of the board? What does this look like, them notifying?
Just a notification.
So they're just like sending Pete an email? Okay.
On our consent agenda, how we'll have, board notified of X, Y, Z. It would just be sending him an email and letting him know.
Okay.
If I can suggest on that issue prior, I would drop the word prior in that very first sentence of the document, because we do deal with it down in number 9. Word, and I think we're clear then.
I have a paper copy since I can't type on this. Okay. Ms. Flannery had made a suggestion to change it to read.
Something along the lines of the following are considered substantive changes that require Board of Nursing approval in advance of implementation. It doesn't have to be those exact words, but something that makes it clear you can't.
For number 9, should we remove the after?
Or strike 9 altogether. If the following are considered substantive changes that require Board of Nursing approval in advance of implementation.
I maybe change
wanna-
that to, that's where you would add the 90 days before or after.
What do you think?
Apply to all those. And you could strike number.
Or after, then we need to take the prior out of that first.
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying that this is saying that they require, are you wanting them to be able to implement it and then come? Like, are you wanting them to be able to 75% of a program and then come? Wanting them to have to come to you first before they change it, for you to say, yeah, you can change it?
Before.
All of
Maybe it
them are
needs to
90 days before or
say,
after.
The following are considered substantive changes that require notification 90 days prior with. I put something about board approval. Our notice to the board within 90 days for board approval prior to implementation. Got to approve it first
Or
before they
after
can implement.
implementation.
Could also just, well, it wouldn't be a notification because you're saying it has to be approved. So you would maybe say, request for a substantive change shall be submitted to the Board of Nursing with 90 days prior to perspection. Put it wherever you want. I'm just trying to wordsmith it.
So then it's not going to be just a notification.
Oh, I thought that you didn't, these are saying
Right.
that they're requiring board approval. So a
Right.
notification isn't requiring board approval.
But the first
Yep.
sentence is just,
Would also drop, not have it be a number 9, but have it be a completely different thing. If this number 9 was trying to say that notification of any substantive change don't require approval, shall be submitted to the board within 90 days. Is that what you want 9 to be saying? Else, it's the catch-all for all things that don't have to be approved,
it
have
was
to be
the-
notified within 90 days? Because if it's the catch-all for just notification rather than approval, you could not put it as number 9, but put it as like its own little sentence.
Gotcha. Yes.
I think it would be open 1 through 8, and then take out the number 9 and make that a sentence. So it's saying, if you have to get approval, here are all, do you think you need approval? Here are all the things that need it. Your stuff doesn't fall into that, well, then you have to tell us within 90 days. If that's what you're wanting, then that, I think, would be the easiest. Correct. It would, you take out 9 and say notification of any other substantial changes that do not require or not listed above shall be submitted to the board, maybe not listed above.
Accept that with those noted changes.
So we're still getting caught up on the. That is not listed in. Telling them what substantive changes are, so it does not require board approval, but the whole purpose of this was to make a list of substantive changes that required board approval.
I'm just trying to understand what the
Me-
intent of 9 was. Is it just any other changes shall be submitted to the Board of Nursing within 90 days? Is that what the clarification is?
Yeah, I think we just felt like we needed a timeline, like a program might say, well, when do you need this by? So I think we were just trying to develop a timeline for when we needed it by. So what does prior mean? Because we had prior in there. So I think we were just trying to develop a timeline, and that's what that was. It was just a timeline.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding. So it was saying that the request needs to be in 90 days before,
Yeah.
okay.
No, before the change could be implemented, that we needed to know. We were just trying to come up with a timeline that said.
Kind of confusing
Yeah.
with, because, I mean, that 90 days before and after
Yeah.
it comes from the accreditors.
Right.
And they put it, within the substantive changes, right? In Chapter 91, which they don't do in CC&E, but Chapter 91, there are some things that are notifications, and there are
Correct.
some things that are approvals.
Correct.
Yeah.
Accreditors say, hey, if you're going to change something, and here's the following things that are changes that we need to know about, hit it 90 days before or after so we know that it's happened.
Kind of.
And you submit it, and it's just, it takes them a while to get
Right.
down the road. You finally get word, oh, thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Well, just as a reminder, this document is to kind of supplement and help explain 9111 C2, which is about, because that's saying when a program needs to notify versus when a program needs to get approval. And substantive for approval, it was helpful for them to spell that out. So that's what this is. So that's kind of where that discussion needs
So-
to be in general.
And that's what we were doing, was trying to define what a substantive change was. So in 91-9, program changes that require board approval. So we're under approval, not notification. Comes C, change in curriculum. A nursing program that is not currently accredited by a board approving accrediting body desiring to make a substantive change in the length, design, or pattern of the curriculum or methods for meeting curriculum standards set forth in, like Ms. Flannery said, R9111F or R91-12F must submit a written proposal to the board. Board approval is required prior to the implementation of the change. And that's what we were trying to do. So we took the definition that we had of substantive change that we sent to ACON, that they sent back, and just tried to beef it up a bit. So I'm great with just letting the 90 days, number 9, just go. If everybody else is okay. And then rewriting what we had in the first sentence, which was there prior. The following are considered substantive changes that require prior Board of Nursing approval. And then we can add in advance of implementation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
A lot of shaking heads. Does that
Is
mean?
that lawyer ease enough? Are we okay with that?
I think that is fine. I just think you want to make it really abundantly clear you can't do this until you get approval.
Okay, so once again, the following are considered substantive changes that require, and I'm going to leave prior in there, prior Board of Nursing approval in advance of implementation, or is that redundant? Prior,
Prior Board of Nursing approval.
okay.
Sorry, I'm not using the mic.
Instead of in advance, prior to implementation?
Whether in advance or prior, I'm just saying, I personally would strike the prior before Board of Nursing. Because to me, and I think to maybe other people reading it, they might interpret it to say, oh, well, I came before the board 2 years ago and I talked to them. I have prior approval, where the thing is, you need approval now.
Right.
Not prior. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Isn't that interesting? It's been there forever. And when you have new eyes on something, which is why you have a work group and then we bring it to you, but that has been how substantive change has been. Okay, so you're looking at the document, we didn't change 1 through 8, we're dropping 9, and then the first sentence will read, "The following are considered substantive changes that require Board of Nursing approval prior to implementation, :1."
Is there a motion on that?
I don't know if this has to be a separate motion, but in the motion, or it has to be separate, a request from the work group was to put it on the Board of Nursing website for accessibility.
Yes.
So I don't know if that has to be a separate motion, or it can be all included in the same motion. I just wanted to throw that out there in case it can be included in one motion.
Someone could make a motion to approve this draft with the discussed changes and for that finalized copy to be added to the website.
Move.
All in favor?
The work group thanks you.
We thank the work group.
All right, so I will retype this up, and I guess, Ms. Whitney, get it to you so it can be loaded to the website. And do you want this in your board materials too, in the member resources materials? Would you like it to be loaded there as well?
I think that would be good.
To have it there? Okay. And again, thank you to ACON for the work that they did that helped make our job easier.
Okay. All right, so next, tabled from yesterday, is the board chair report, and really the major thing that I had in there was we had discussion at the last board meeting during my report about the strategic plan, and we presented the progress with that, and we had asked for a strategic plan work group to continue that work of looking at the strategic plan, gauging where we're at, getting any data that we needed from Whitney, and just kind of continuing that work to see where we're at. So part of my board chair report this time was to get any volunteers for the strategic plan work group. And Sally Beth, myself, and Dr. Whitcomb was on the initial one that created the strategic plan. We met 4 times via WebEx, so the work group can determine how many times you meet and how and when. So I just need 3 volunteers. Okay, so Dr. Wolf, Francis Paget, Mitchum. Thank you. So if I can get a motion to approve the strategic plan work group to include Dr. Robert Wolf, Francis Paget, and Lindsay Mitchum.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you so much. Moving on is our committee nominations.
That one representing the committee here. We had one opening for the, I had it in front of me a minute ago. But for the long-term care, NPSC, long-term care gerontology RN position. We had 3 great candidates. All 3 would be a great addition, and our choice was to go with Jonah Patrick.
That would be a motion by the committee.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Motion carried. We will welcome Johanna Patrick to the MPSC Long-Term Care Gerontology RN position. Thank you. All right, and so that leaves me with closing remarks. And I don't have many. I will say thank you all for a very long and productive couple of days, and well, I think that we are ready to adjourn the July meeting. Dr. Wolf, do you want to adjourn us?
Sure, I'm glad to do it. I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn the July 2026 meeting of the Board of Nursing.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
There you go. Gavel, girl.
For you, Sally Beth.
Gavel.